to Y in the chat box. Presently, the committee will now come to order and we will start off with the roll call of delegates. Delegates, please be reminded that you are to respond present or present in voting once your country has been mentioned. Let us begin with the delegate of Cuba, delegate of Cuba, Costa Rica, Costa Rica, Peru,
Present.
Botswana,
Present.
Greece,
Present and voting.
Haiti,
Present.
Angola,
Present.
Germany,
Present and voting.
Tajikistan, Tajikistan, Israel,
Present.
Turkey, Turkey, Iran, Iran, Syria,
Present.
Iraq,
Present.
Vietnam, Vietnam, Nepal,
Present.
Marshall Islands,
Present.
Japan,
Present.
Bangladesh,
Present.
Solomon Islands,
Present.
Brunei.
Present.
I will repeat for those who commonly Cuba, Cuba, Costa Rica, Costa Rica, Tajikistan, Tajikistan, Turkey, Turkey, Vietnam, Vietnam, Russia,
Present and voting.
All right, we are now in a formal debate. Please press the raise hand button if there are any delegates who would like to motion on the floor. Delegate of Syria, you're recognized.
The delegate of Syria motions to set the agenda to the Amazon forest rainforest regeneration.
The delegate of Syria motion to set the agenda to Amazon rainforest regeneration. If there are any delegates who would like to second this motion, please press the button. Motion passes. And the agenda will be focusing upon Amazon rainforest regeneration. We begin with the opening speeches. All delegates are to give a speech as we will go, uh, and let's proceed with uh, any motion on the floor. Delegate of Russia, you are recognized.
The delegate of Russia motions to set the speaking time to 1 minute.
The delegate of Russia motion to set the speaking time to 1 minute. If there is any delegate who would like to second this motion, please press the raise hand button. Seeing seconds, motion passes, and each delegate will be having a maximum of 1 minute to speak. Secretary, please set the timer and advise the delegate when their time is over. Thank you. Let us begin with the delegate of Angola. You have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good day. In Brazil, fire has been erupted in the lands of the Amazon rainforest. The Amazon rainforest is an important role to regulate the world's oxygen and carbon cycles. However, it also damages the economy since it provides them wood and fruits. Some countries, such as Angola, are having difficulties in the time being. We will be supporting the other countries' solution to the Amazon rainforest issue. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Bangladesh, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning. I am the delegate of Bangladesh, and we believe that the Amazon rainforest needs protection because of too much deforestation and forest fires. It holds most of the animals on Earth, and it is very important because has it holds most of our oxygen. That is all I can say. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Botswana, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
The Amazon rainforest is most likely distinguished by its amazing and valuable richness in biota, but also complexity of interrelationship of the plant and animal inhabitants. Throughout the years and millions of years to come, animals and plants starts to evolve to to the complex ecosystems, letting them adapt to the different types of biomes. There could be very snowy ones, very hot ones, like in the desert or something. Yeah, and they start they start to evolve into creatures that we know today. That's why we would want to preserve and help them. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Brunei, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. Delegate of Brunei, let us proceed with the next delegate. Delegate of Germany, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, Chair and delegates. Deforestation is an issue that the Amazon rainforest has been forced to face, and we must put a stop to it. The Amazon rainforest is a large carbon sink that is victim to detrimental issues caused by the abuse of individuals and forest fires. Germany has decided to help out with this issue by funding nearly $68 million to Brazil. But even with the funds, the country hasn't been able to deal with this issue well enough, as seen by the alarming deforestation rates of forests. Therefore, Germany is planning to cut their funds until further notice. Without Brazil committing enough, the rainforest will continue to burn and release more CO2 than what's being absorbed. Nevertheless, Germany will extend their hand to help the rainforest and is willing to collaborate with other countries to advocate for a better alternative to save the rainforest. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Greece, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, delegates. According to every report and researchers, wildfires incinerate about 25% of the rainforest from early 90s to 2003 and 2019 onwards. Having considered further, Greece is observing and aware of this crisis that is happening in the Amazon rainforest. Solving this issue by making a harsher act and having more volunteers to regenerate and protect the rainforest from man-made wildfires every year. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Haiti, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
The Amazon rainforest is the largest tropical rainforest in the world and is incredibly essential to life on Earth. It is a pretty large carbon sink, which means it takes in greenhouse gases and it traps them, carbon and all of that. And that greatly contributes into halting or slowing down global warming, which has affected most of the world. One of the problems that the forest faces is deforestation. Haiti has experienced deforestation as well as the damage it could cause. Unfortunately, the problems we have right now are too large for us to start helping the forest directly. However, we will help the forest in whatever way, and we believe that the committee will make the right decisions for the forest. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Iran, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. Delegate of Iran. Let's proceed with the next delegate. Delegate of Iraq, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Iraq has many rainforests of its own, and those forests give plenty to its people. Deforestation must be stopped, not just to preserve the forests, but to stop global warming. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Israel, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, everyone. As the delegate of Israel, the Amazon rainforest is starting to defrost due to climate change. The Amazon rainforest consists of large trees, animals, and the largest and longest river. It is also the largest tropical rainforest in the world. Israel believes that partnering with communities like Amazon Watch and Amazon Conservation Team will help with its regeneration. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Japan, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning. I am the delegate of Japan, and we believe that the Amazon rainforest, the lungs of the earth, the largest forest in the world, filled with wildlife, is facing deforestation, and it is in need of our help. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Marshall Islands, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the delegate of Marshall Islands. The Amazon rainforest is the largest tropical rainforest in the world. It acts as a large carbon sink. The Amazon rainforest was destroyed because of deforestation. The Marshall Islands was being tested by a country that destroyed many things and caused deforestation. So Marshall Islands is not really where the Amazon rainforest times, but still Marshall Island country. They can help the Amazon rainforest with their ways on how they survive what they both experience. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Nepal, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, everyone. As a delegate of Nepal, would want to help the regeneration of the Amazon rainforest because it is facing a lot of problems. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Peru, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Uh, Good morning, delegates. I am the delegate of Peru, and as the owners of the second biggest part of the Amazon rainforest, we have influenced it negatively with our agriculture, mining, and road construction done in the Amazon rainforest. There are many indigenous communities that manage the land in the area. In order to correct our mistakes, the Republic of Peru has created laws, worked on strategies, and funded projects in order to help manage the Amazon rainforest. We suggest immediately protecting the rainforest and helping it regrow to its former glory, otherwise it may disappear in several decades. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Russia, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good day, delegates. The delegate of Russia would like to address an issue that has been long happening ever since it has started. The Amazon rainforest is currently facing a grim fate through the recent and current wildfires. The area is home to a total of 3 million species and, in an economic sense, a number of farms from the locals. These events, especially this one if not controlled, will affect the world's oxygen rate potentially. It is about time for the UN and this committee assembly to come with a resolution to solve the current crisis, mitigate the wildfires, and reduce future damage. With the manpower and capabilities, there must be no excuse for us to extinguish this unrelenting fire that reaps through the forests of Brazil. Russia is willing to collaborate for regeneration effort to help repay what must be repaid. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Solomon Islands, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Hello, I am the delegate of Solomon Islands, and the Amazon rainforest is home to different species, and it is the biggest tropical rainforest. So that's why we must stop um, this wildfire. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Syria, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning. The Amazon rainforest is starting to become deforested due to climate change. This forest includes huge, beautiful trees, amazing animals, and includes the largest and second longest river. Sierra believes that planting trees around the Amazon rainforest would help with its regeneration. Cutting trees around the deforested Amazon rainforest would restore at least 20 to 40% of its trees after a month or so. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. For those who have not yet do their opening speech, I will call you again. Delegate of Brunei, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning. The Amazon rainforest is very important and it's being deforested and burnt, and we must stop it. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Iran, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. Delegate of Iran. All right, let us proceed. Are there any motion on the floor as of right now? Again, are there any motion on the floor as of right now? Please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Russia, you are recognized.
Delegate of Russia motions to entertain a moderated caucus.
Are there any second to this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing seconds, motion passes. Delegate of Russia, what will be the speaking time of each delegate and duration of the moderated caucus?
As for the speaking time, it will be 1 minute and 30 seconds. And for the duration, wait, what's the second point again?
What will
Sorry.
be the duration for the moderated caucus?
10 minutes.
Purpose for the moderated caucus?
To discuss the details.
Does anyone Does anyone second this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing seconds, motion passes. And this will be 1 minute for each delegate to speak and 10 minutes for the duration for the moderated caucus regarding the details of the Amazon rainforest. For those delegates who wish to be part of the speakers list, please press the raise hand button. I will repeat, for those delegates who wish to be part of the speakers list regarding the details of the Amazon rainforest, please press the raise hand button. Seeing none, Delegate of Russia, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
The delegate of Russia, of course, notices that certain wildfires have not just been happening in the Amazon rainforest, but in our local regions too. So, citing as of 2019, a total of 91 wildfires around forested regions of Krasnoyarsk, Kamchatka, Kuchotska, and more. This obviously makes us alarmed that we have experienced a similar issue. Adding to that, the distance between Russia and Brazil is amounting a total of 14,442 kilometers, which geographically linking up with Brazil would not make it easy. But seeing the economic and military, us being a large military country, we could help transport multiple multiple aircraft to mitigate the wildfires. So our solution is is contributed to the use of our equipment, and we are definitely concerned about this Amazon rainforest. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Russia. I will give chance to others. Do you wish to be part of the speakers list? Press the raise hand button regarding the details of the Amazon rainforest. Seeing none, thank you, delegates. Are there any motions on the floor at this time? I'll repeat, are there any motions? Delegate of Russia, you are recognized.
Delegate of Russia motions to entertain unmoderated caucus.
Are there second to this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing second, motion passes. Please press the raise hand button if you want to set a duration time for the unmoderated caucus. I would like to remind you, delegates, that the unmoderated caucus is the part wherein you'll discuss and make your draft resolutions. So set your time wisely, delegates. Delegate of Japan, you're recognized.
Motion to set the time for the unmoderated caucus to 1 hour.
Does anyone second this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing second, motion passes. 1 hour will be given for the unmoderated caucus. Those who wish to form their own blocks, please press your hand and please raise your hand and you shall be sent to your respective breakout rooms. Delegate of Japan.
I would like to make a block with the delegates of Bangladesh, Marshall Islands, and Nepal.
Delegate of Bangladesh, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes.
Delegate of Marshall Islands, do you agree?
Yes.
Delegate of Nepal, do you agree?
Yes.
All right. Are there any delegates who wish to form their own block? Delegate of Germany, you are recognized. Please turn on your mic.
The delegate of Germany would like to form a bloc with Haiti, Peru, Angola, and Botswana.
Peru, Angola, and Botswana.
And Haiti, please.
Haiti. Delegate of Peru, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes.
Delegate of Angola, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes.
Delegate of Botswana, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes, I accept.
Delegate of Haiti, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes.
All right. Are there any delegates who wish to form their own blocks? Please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Israel, you are recognized.
The delegate of Israel would like to form a bloc with Iraq, Syria, and Iran.
Iraq, Syria, and Iran. Delegate of Iraq, do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Delegate of Syria, do you agree?
Yes.
Delegate of Iran, do you agree? Delegate of Iran, please respond. It seems Iran is not here. Let us proceed with another. Are there any delegates who wish to form their own blocks? Delegate of Russia, you are recognized.
The delegate of Russia wants to form a bloc with Cuba, Brunei, Solomon Islands, Japan, and I say Nepal. Is Nepal taken?
Can you repeat your block?
The delegate of Russia would like to form a bloc with Cuba, Japan, Nepal, and Brunei.
Cuba, Japan, Brunei, and Nepal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Delegate of Cuba, do you agree with this block formation?
I agree.
I need an answer. Is it a yes or no?
It's a yes. I agree.
Thank you. Delegate of Japan, do you agree with this
No.
block formation? Thank
No.
you. Delegate of Brunei,
Yes.
thank you. Delegate of Nepal,
No.
all right, thank you. Are there any delegates who wish to form their own blocks? Please press the raise hand button. Again, are there any delegates who wish to form their own blocks? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing none, then let's proceed. Delegates, the chair would like to remind you to please attach your draft resolution into Google Drive and will be provide a link we will send in the provided chat box. Seeing that all delegates have been added to their respective blocks, you shall now be put upon your breakout rooms within the time frame of 1 hour. For those who have not formed their blocks yet, you will be in the main room and please turn off your mic and camera. Thank you.
that lingers in your ear, but you can't forget from sundown to sunset. It's all in the air, you hear it everywhere. No matter what you do, it's gonna crack.
Welcome back, delegates. The floor is now open to any motions. Please press the raise hand button. Again, the floor is now open to any motions. Please press the raise hand button. The chair recommends a motion for a moderated caucus to discuss the draft resolutions. Are there any delegates who would like to motion this recommendation? Delegate of Russia, you're recognized.
The delegate of Russia motions to present the draft resolutions.
Are there any delegates who would like to second this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing second, motion passes. Delegate of Russia, what will be the speaking time of each delegate and duration of the moderated caucus?
As for the speaking time, it will be 5 minutes and the duration will be 20 minutes.
Are there any delegates wish to second this motion? Seeing seconds, motion passes. 5 minutes for each delegates to speak and 20 minutes for the moderated caucus on presenting the draft resolutions. Delegates, please present your draft resolutions in front of the committee. Wait for your draft resolutions to be presented on the screen, and you have 5 minutes to present. Afterwards, we will vote if it shall be passed as a resolution of the committee. Also, please your draft resolutions in the Google Drive. Please put it there, and then we will begin. Block representatives, please press the raise hand button to be given a place on the speakers list. Please press the raise hand button for those who will present. Again, block representatives who wish to present their draft resolution, please press the raise hand button to be given a place on the speakers list. I'll be calling each block for those who will present their draft resolutions. Delegate of Japan, Bangladesh, Marshall Islands, and Nepal, who will be your representative for your draft resolutions?
Marshall Islands.
Okay, Marshall Islands will present their draft resolution. Delegate of Germany, Peru, Angola, Botswana, and Haiti, who will be your representative to present your draft resolutions?
The delegate of Germany.
Delegate Germany present your draft resolutions. Before that, I would like to remind all the delegates to please turn on their cameras and put your designated country. If not, please state the reason why to the chat box. All right, let's proceed to the next block. Delegate of Israel, who will be the delegate of Israel, Iraq, and Syria, who will be your block representative to present your draft resolution. Delegate of Israel, Iraq, Syria, who will be your representative for the draft resolution. All right, seems no one is responding. I will go back to you guys. Next block is delegate of Russia, delegate of Cuba, delegate of Brunei, who will be your representative for your block to present your draft resolution. Delegate of Russia, you are recognized. Again, I will repeat for delegate of Israel, Iraq, and Syria, who will be your representative for your block to present your draft resolution in front of the committee. If you are speaking, turn on your mic. Uh, Delegate of Nepal, you are recognized. All right, noted. Israel, Iraq, and Syria, please, please, respond. I will confirm, delegate of Syria, you will be representative for your block to present your draft resolution.
Yes.
All right, thank you. We shall now proceed in presenting the draft resolutions. Block of Delegate of Marshall Islands, please present your draft resolution. Your time will begin once you start speaking. Please share screen your draft resolution. Delegate of Marshall Islands, please present your draft resolution.
I'm kind of having technical difficulties, so I'm not gonna share.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. Can you speak up again? Delegate of Marshall Islands, please present your draft resolution. All right. It seems that we don't have enough time to present all of your draft resolution. We will be having, the chair would like to recommend a motion to have a break for recess for 30 minutes. Does anyone would like to have a motion for that? Please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Haiti, you are recognized.
Motion to have a recess.
Are there second to this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Motion test, you have 30 minutes of having recess. Please go back at 9:27 or 10 o'clock. You may go now. Thank you. Ten, 9:27 or 10 o'clock. You may go now. in the Google Drive. Five, but please turn on your cameras. And if it's unstable, please type in the chat box and we'll begin at 10:05. Thank you.
Myvin, what time are we starting?
We will begin at 10:05.
And it is 10:02. Just so you know, Myvin, I won the unmoderated caucus. My opinion is right.
Did you
Nobody
like
else's
decide
is.
that on your own? Okay, yeah.
Oh no no no! I consulted God. Okay.
God.
Oh wait,
Oh, okay.
this is. Yeah, we're besties. It's in my contacts.
Joaquin,
Jen,
you're
please
on
be
live
mindful of the
stream,
calls
by the way.
recorded.
I'm sorry, I didn't see. Disregard that.
All right, again, welcome back, delegates. Before we start, kindly make sure to inform the Secretariat if your internet connection is unstable. The chair would also like to remind every delegate to please turn on your cameras. However, if your internet connection is unstable, you are allowed to do so, not to do so. But please state your reason in the chat box. Before we proceed the presenting of draft resolution, may I remind you delegates that this is a moderated caucus for presenting draft resolution. And to confirm, all delegates who will be presenting each block. This will be Marshall Islands, Germany, Russia, and Syria. Let us now proceed in presenting the draft resolution. Let us begin with the delegate Marshall Islands. Please present your draft resolution. Your time will begin once you start speaking. Marshall Islands.
Good morning. I'm the
Please.
delegate of Marshall Islands and the representative of the bloc of the delegates Japan, Nepal, and Bangladesh. Reminding all the people of the world that deforestation can lead to
Excuse me,
destruction
Marshall
on planet Earth.
Islands. Can you zoom in your draft
Every
resolution so everyone can read? Thank you. You may proceed.
Noting that every hour we are wasting, the Amazon gets even more deforested and being burned. Trusting that the other countries will help the Amazon rainforest with what they will do to help the Amazon rainforest and protect it. Stressing the environment can cause us difficulties and problems that can affect the forest. Encourages us to help out the Amazon rainforest with threats like deforestation, forest fires, animal poaching by recycling, making tree farms to collect the CO2 in the atmosphere, and making our environment better. Take note of what you're doing to the environment. Always think before you act. Request the attention of the nations to take your actions seriously. Further recommendations: do not waste our papers and the things the environment provides us. Supports to the environment can help so much and it will result in a better environment. Draws the attention of nations to take care of our environment and to help it. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Marshall Islands. Are you open for any points of inquiry?
Yes.
May I ask how many points of inquiry?
Can you repeat again po? Sorry.
Are you open for any points of inquiry? You said yes. If so, how many? Points of inquiry. May I remind you, delegates, that points of inquiry is asking questions.
2.
All right. Points of inquiry will be 2. Delegates, you may now begin to ask questions regarding the resolution. Please press the raise hand button if you have any questions on their draft resolution. Delegate, please press the raise hand button if you have questions regarding their draft resolution. Again, this will be the last line. Do you have any questions regarding their draft resolution? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing none, then we can proceed to the next block. Thank you for screen sharing. Delegate of Marshall Islands, you may stop screen sharing. Delegate of Russia, please present your draft resolution. Your timer will begin once you start speaking. Please share your draft resolution, please. Delegate of Russia, please share your draft resolution and zoom in, please, your resolution paper.
Uh,
You may begin.
so, as like all that are participating in this committee right now in the assembly, the delegates of Russia, Cuba, and Brunei are alarmed by the situation ongoing in the Amazon rainforest, as it is in fact an important issue that we must be taking action on. We are deeply concerned with the mishandling of the situation in the Amazon rainforest by the neglect of the Brazilian president, as Jair Bolsonaro um, originally neglected the needs of this situation, which is disappointing. We are desiring for change and regeneration within the forest for a better future, as the Amazon rainforest, while currently in a depreciated state, can, of course, be regrown if possible, and we will put our efforts on that. We call upon the support of local and international agencies to combat and regulate further undesired causes and uphold higher standards. All of this, of course, with our main intention is to make the situation better. Our proposition for this resolution are the following actions. First, we will authorize the use and distribution of military equipment and personnel to help in the efforts of extinguishing the fires. As based in our countries, we are specialized in mainly in military, so helicopters that are capable of course, dropping water within the fires will be distributed and along with helpful military personnel. Second is to support the advocacy for indigenous groups of the Amazon people and their rights, as of course they have been neglected, and they shall be helped, and justice must be served. Distribute economic aid among the affected civilians under the area of the Amazon rainforest. Establish a law that will allow for the rescue and transportation of wildlife that are currently endangered to other countries that have similar habitats for rehabilitation. Of course, this is to ensure the safety of these animals that are in danger in these types of scenarios. Um, Establish stricter guidelines in deforestation to punish the offenders and prevent further causes that bring consequences. Seeing that the consequences, we must limit the possible neglect and of course uphold the justice system, establish a stronger system to um, to punish those who have caused it. And that is all. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Russia. Do you have, are you open for any points of inquiry?
No.
Thank you, Delegate. Let us proceed with the Delegate of Germany. Please share your draft resolution, please. Your timer will begin once you start speaking.
Uh, um, Good day. Uh, this block consists of Germany, Angola, Botswana, Haiti, and Peru. Alarmed by the deforestation rates of the Amazon rainforest, the deforestation is caused by forest fires and is mostly for land use to grow crops and animals. Um, Emphasizing the dangers of the Amazon rainforest emitting more carbon than what's being absorbed. Trees are made of carbon and release that carbon, and when they are destroyed, the carbon emits into the air. Deeply concerned by the illegal practices within the area of the Amazon rainforest, the illegal practices are mostly illegal logging and poaching of the animals. Noting further the previous actions of Brazil to increase security and to protect certain areas of the Amazon rainforest. Examples of these actions are the Decreto de Ley, the Ambiental Law, and the ARPA for Life program. Encourages to increase insecurity around the Amazon rainforest to combat illegal poaching and deforestation. We want to enforce the regulations and the security to stop these illegal activities. Recommends to continue adding protected areas in the forest. We want to discourage the mining and agriculture industry land use. Uh, Endorses the making of a charity to assist in replanting the flora in the rainforest. We want to let charities around the world let the people donate to planting trees for the regrowth of the forest. Recommend surveying the rainforest to assess whether or not it is growing. Um, uh, 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 Good day. Thank you. I yield
Will
my
you
time to
yield?
the chair.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Are you open for points of inquiry?
No.
Again?
No.
I'm sorry. All right, let's proceed to the last block, which is Delegate of Syria. You have present your draft resolution, and timer will begin once you start speaking. And please zoom in your draft resolution.
Good morning. This block contains the delegates of Syria, Iran, Iraq, and Israel. The solution for the Amazon forest regeneration is that our countries are bearing in mind the effects of the wildfires that could happen in the future. We also believe in collaboration with other countries to help regenerate the Amazon rainforest. Uh, the delegates of Syria, Iraq, Iran, and Israel are also expecting some volunteers to plant at least thousands or millions of trees in the next months or years. We are encouraging the citizens in Brazil to reduce oil consumption, wood consumption, wildlife poaching, mining, and damming to help preserve the Amazon rainforest. The delegates of Syria, Iraq, Iran, and Israel recommend citizens to support communities that help the rainforest in order for it to regenerate. Lastly, we request the guards from the military to guard or fight to preserve the Amazon rainforest. To conclude, the three countries are focusing more on preserving the rainforest and collaborating with other countries. That's all. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Syria. Are you open for any points of inquiry?
No.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Since the presentation for the draft resolution is done, the floor shall now be closed. Are there any motions on the floor at this time? Delegate of Russia, you're recognized.
Delegate of Russia motions to proceed with the voting of draft resolutions.
Are there second to this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing second, motion passes. To those who said present during the roll call shall vote yes, no, or abstain, yes with rights or no with rights. And to those who have said present and voting shall only vote whether it is a yes or a no, or yes with rights or no with rights. We will now set the voting procedure for the block of Japan, Bangladesh, Marshall Islands, and Nepal. All right. I will call the delegate of Angola,
Abstain.
delegate of Bangladesh,
Yes.
delegate of Botswana,
Yes. Abstain.
delegate of Brunei. May I confirm, is it a yes or abstain?
Abstain.
Delegate of Brunei, delegate of Brunei, delegate of Germany,
Yes.
delegate of Greece,
Yes with rights.
delegate delegate of Haiti, delegate of Haiti, delegate of Iran, delegate of Iran, delegate of Iran says yes, delegate of Iraq,
Yes.
delegate of Israel, delegate of Israel, delegate of Japan, delegate of Japan, delegate of Marshall Islands,
Yes.
delegate of Nepal,
Yes.
delegate of Peru,
Abstain.
delegate of Russia,
Yes.
delegate of Solomon Islands,
Yes.
delegate of Syria.
Yes.
I will repeat, to those who said present during the roll call shall vote yes, no, or abstain. And to those who have said yes, present, and voting shall vote only whether it is a yes or a no. I will repeat, delegate of Brunei, delegate of Brunei, delegate of Haiti,
Yes.
delegate of Israel,
Yes.
delegate of Japan, all right. Um, delegate of Greece, you may speak why you chose yes with rights. You may begin, Delegate of Greece.
Yes, with rights, because for the past years, around 25% of the rainforest that incinerated from around early 90s to 2003. That's why Japan, Marshall Islands, etc., were observing and helping the crisis that happened, and to solve for this issue, they must have more volunteers just to regenerate and make a harsher law uh, to harsher law to uh, stop them from doing illegal stuff from man-made wildfires. And that's all. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Greece. As seeing the majority agreed, this paper is approved. Congratulations to the delegate of Japan, Bangladesh, Marshall Islands, and Nepal on your approved draft resolutions. Let us proceed with the next block, Delegate of and Brunei on their draft resolution.
The secretary requests for the chair to repeat that as he cut out.
We will begin with the delegate of Russia, Cuba, Brunei on their draft resolution. I will call the delegate of Angola.
Yes.
Delegate of Bangladesh.
Yes.
Delegate of Botswana.
Dapat nag-no ako.
Yes.
Delegate of Brunei.
Abstain ka, Elijah.
I would like to remind all delegates to please mute their mic. Delegate of Germany.
Yes.
Delegate of Greece.
Yes.
Delegate of Haiti.
Yes.
Delegate of Iran. Delegate of Iran. Delegate of Iran says yes. Delegate of Iraq.
Yes.
Delegate of Israel.
Yes.
Delegate of Japan. Delegate of Japan. Delegate of Marshall Islands.
Yes.
Delegate of Nepal.
Yes.
Delegate of Peru.
Yes.
Delegate of Russia.
Yes.
Delegate of Solomon Islands.
Yes.
Delegate of Syria.
Yes.
Delegate of Japan. Delegate of Japan. All right. As seeing the majority all agreed to this paper, their draft resolution is approved. Congratulations to the delegation of Russia, Cuba, and Brunei on your approved draft resolution. Let us begin with the next block. The block of Germany, Peru, Angola, Botswana, and Haiti. I will call to the delegate of Angola.
Yes.
Delegate of Bangladesh.
Yes.
Delegate of Botswana.
Yes.
Delegate of Brunei,
Yes.
Delegate of Germany,
Yes.
Delegate of Greece,
Yes.
Delegate of Haiti,
Yes.
Delegate of Iran, Delegate of Iran, Delegate of Iraq, Delegate of Iraq, Delegate of Israel, Delegate of Israel,
Yes.
Delegate of Japan, Delegate of Japan, Delegate of Marshall Islands,
Yes.
Delegate of Nepal,
Yes.
Delegate of Peru,
Yes.
Delegate of Russia,
Yes.
Delegate of Solomon Islands,
Yes.
Delegate of Syria,
Yes.
Delegate of Iran, Delegate of Iran, Delegate of Iraq,
Yes.
Delegate of Japan. As seeing the majority all agreed, this paper is approved. Congratulations to the delegation of Germany, Peru, Angola, Botswana, and Haiti. Congratulations. Let us begin with the last block, which are Israel, Iraq, and Syria. I will call the delegate of Angola,
Yes.
delegate of Bangladesh,
Yes.
delegate of Botswana,
Yes.
may I confirm, is it a yes?
It's a yes.
Delegate of Brunei, delegate of Brunei,
Yes.
delegate of Germany,
Yes.
delegate of Greece,
Yes.
delegate of Haiti,
Yes.
delegate of Iran, delegate of Iran, delegate of Iraq,
Yes.
delegate of Israel,
Yes.
delegate of Japan, delegate of Japan, delegate of Marshall Islands,
Yes.
delegate of Nepal,
Yes.
delegate of Peru,
No.
delegate of Russia,
Yes.
delegate of Solomon Islands.
Yeah.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
Delegate of Syria,
Yes.
Delegate of Iran, Delegate of Iran, Delegate of Japan. As seeing all the majority agreed to this paper, this is approved. Congratulations to the delegates of Israel, Iraq, and Syria on your approved draft resolutions. Thank you, delegates, and congratulations on your approved draft resolutions. And since we finished very early, does anyone want to motion on having a break of very early lunch time? Does anyone want to motion on that? Delegate of Russia, you're recognized.
The delegate of Russia motions a break from the assembly.
Does anyone second this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing second, motion passes. You guys will be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you, delegates. You may now and come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. You may stay in the hall or you may leave.
Okay, medyo late lang yung live stream. Okay, so...
Can I stop sharing? Can I get
Jared, we need our emergency call now. Great. OHCHR finished the topic too early. Now we have to think of a emergency topic for them. And it has to be funny or something.
OHEHR2. Okay. Ito na, meron nilagay.
Yeah.
You may stay in the hall or you may leave. Don't.
Okay, Jared. What do you think?
May I ask, is it live stream?
You should stop the live.
Can I get
Jared, we need our emergency call. Wow, my voice is
Okay,
very
audible.
Finish the topic.
Delegate of Germany, Delegate of Greece,
Present.
Delegate of Haiti,
Present.
Delegate of Iran, Delegate of Iran, Delegate of Iraq,
Present.
Delegate of Israel,
Present.
Delegate of Japan,
Present.
Delegate of Marshall Islands,
Present.
Delegate of Nepal,
Present.
Delegate of Peru,
Present.
Delegate of Russia, Delegate of Russia, Delegate of Solomon Islands,
Present.
Delegate of Syria,
Present.
Delegate of Turkey, Delegate of Turkey, Delegate of Vietnam,
Present.
I will repeat for those who come in late. Delegate of Costa Rica, Delegate of Costa Rica, Delegate of Germany, Delegate of Germany, Delegate of Iran, Delegate of Iran, Delegate of Russia, Delegate of Russia, Delegate of Turkey, Delegate of Turkey, All right, let's proceed. We are now in a formal debate. Please press the raise hand button if there are any delegates who would like to motion on the floor. Delegate of Russia, you are recognized. Secretary, please put Russia as present.
The delegate of Russia motions to set the topic agenda to the Great Barrier Reef.
The delegate of Russia motion to set the agenda to the Great Barrier Reef. If there are any delegates who would like to second this motion, please press the raise hand button. Seeing second, motion passes. And the agenda will be focusing upon the Great Barrier Reef. We begin with the opening speeches. All delegates are to give a speech as we will go in an alphabetical order. We will begin with the delegate of Angola. We have, oh, I am sorry. I will repeat again. Are there any motions on the floor? Please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Japan, you are recognized.
Motion to set the speaking time to 1 minute.
Does anyone motion second that motion? Please press raise hand button. Motion passes. 1 minute for each delegate to speak for their opening speech. Now we will begin with the delegate of Angola. You have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Greetings. In Australia, the Great Barrier Reef is at risk of dying. The risks such as coral bleaching and its water quality. The country, Angola, are having issues also to our coral reefs. It was investigated in May 5, 2020. It was thriving under the condition of low oxygen. We're honored to join this to find solutions that will be the best for the Great Barrier Reef. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Next will be delegate of Bangladesh. You have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good afternoon. I am the delegate of Bangladesh, and we believe that we have to try and protect the Great Barrier Reef because it holds more than 300 different corals and has a lot of different sea life living in the little crevices in the coral. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Botswana, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. Delegate of Botswana. Delegate of Botswana, please turn on your mic and you may begin.
The Great Barrier Reef. A beautiful scenery and a place to relax and take a good vacation at. Has a large variety of large coral, a massive collection of it, many types, at least 400 different types of coral. There are at least 1,000 and above different types of species within the coral reefs. It has taken a huge toll against itself since a lot of pollution has taken over it. It started to bleach. So we would start to help it by preserving it and asking for help around the world. I take I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Next delegate will be the delegate of Brunei. You have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good afternoon. We should help the Great Barrier Reef because it's being polluted and overfished. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Cuba, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
The Great Barrier Reef is a beautiful place with lots of coral reefs, which is home to multiple species of underwater living organisms. Unfortunately, the Great Barrier Reef has been facing multiple threats, like the damages caused by coastal developments, the declining quality of the water surrounding it caused by pollutants. Cuba has its own coral reef too, and unfortunately, it has been facing the same threats that the barrier reef is facing. The water has been heavily polluted and has lots of species that are affected, and the water has been worsening, which makes people struggle to look for clean water. So far, since Cuba hasn't done anything to aid the barrier reef, since we are dealing with the same solutions, and since Cuba and Australia have friendly relations, we will do what needs to be done on the Great Barrier Reef of Australia. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Greece, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good afternoon, delegates. According to researchers, ocean acidification harms and bleaches half of the Great Barrier Reef, which may ruin the coral's life and weaken the ability to have more skeletons, or even worse, the solution. Greece is seeking to deal with this crisis that causes acidification to every coral in the reef and help reduce carbon dioxide emissions to save the coral reef from bleaching. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Next is Delegate of Haiti. You have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good afternoon. The Great Barrier Reef is not only a World Heritage Site, but it is an area of high biological diversity. A lot of stuff lives in there, mainly fish and all of that. It is not also the largest reef in the world, but is currently under attack. Global warming and overfishing has greatly damaged the reef. Because of rising water temperatures, the corals in the reef are being bleached. Haiti also has a problem with overfishing, and we believe that the issue should be addressed. And we will reach out however we can. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Next will be Delegate of Iraq. You have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
The Great Barrier Reef, having about 2,900 individual reefs and 900 islands stretching for over 2,300 kilometers, is home to many marine animals and corals. To preserve and protect it wouldn't just mean to preserve its beauty, but to prevent those animals from losing their home. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Next will be the Delegate of Israel. You have 1 minute to speak. The time will begin once you start speaking.
Good afternoon. As a delegate of Israel, specialists believe that the Great Barrier Reef is slowly dying due to the change of water temperature, pollution, and ocean acidification. Israel requested a ban on dumping the Great Barrier Reef and eventually got it. Israel is teaming up with neighboring Arab countries to save reefs like the Red Sea from climate change. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Next will be the Delegate of Japan.
Good afternoon. I am the delegate of Japan, and we believe that the Great Barrier Reef, the biggest coral reef in the world, an irreplaceable home for thousands of fish, sea life, and corals, is dying because of climate change, coral bleaching, pollution, and overfishing. It needs our help, and Japan is willing to help. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Next will be Marshall Islands. You have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good afternoon, everyone. We all know that the Great Barrier Reef is known for having large coral reefs, but what if it disappears? The Great Barrier Reef is facing problems such as overfishing, harmful effects, and predators. To help the Great Barrier Reef, we should have sustainable fishing, and don't forget to conserve water. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Next will be the delegate of Nepal. You have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
As a delegate of Nepal, we would like to help the Great Barrier Reef because some of the fish species are endangered due to overfishing. Um, we'd like to help prevent that. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Next will be the delegate of Peru. You have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
As the Great Barrier Reef, with the biggest coral reef and thousands of diverse species, is suffering from overfishing, the Republic of Peru sympathizes as we have the history of our fishing industry and the overfishing problems that came with it. One of the biggest factors to our problems was the illegal fishing done in our territory, which is solved by publicizing satellite information of ships' online platform. This helped us enforce our security against illegal sea vessels, so we suggest the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority do something similar in order to combat this overfishing problem. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Next will be the timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good day, delegates. The delegate of Russia is concerned of the current situation taking part in the barrier reef. Not only shall our forests be upholded to a greater importance, but also other ecosystems, such as those in aquatic parts. Healthy aquatic ecosystems help combat climate changes by absorbing a percentage of heat and carbon dioxide emissions. Specifically, this Great Barrier Reef's coral reefs protect coastlines from storms and erosion. Adding to that, they are a source of food and humans need food. Neglecting this issue not only harms the environment but the image of the human, which constitutes that man is evil and can't do good. But of course, we do not want that. Thus, we are honored to put our time and resources to helping the Great Barrier Reef. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Next delegate will be Solomon Islands. You have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Hello, I am the delegate of Solomon Islands, and the Great Barrier Reef is dying because of climate change. So we so we need to save it. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Syria, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
According to some experts, the Great Barrier Reef is slowly passing away or getting bleached due to the change in water temperature, fishermen who use bombs for fishing, and ocean acidification. Syria's priority as of now is to resolve their conflict and help their citizens. Although, when things are at peace, Syria will try and help the corals preservation. I use my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Next delegate will be Vietnam. You have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
So the Great Barrier Reef is dying due to overfishing and climate change, and it's nearly lost almost half of its corals due to that reason. So the delegate of Vietnam is very concerned that this is happening and we need to fix this. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any delegates who came in late? Please press the raise hand button to consider as present. Delegate of Germany, do you
Present.
wish to present or vote? Okay. Delegate of Netherlands, Delegate of Germany, you have 1 minute to speak for your opening speech. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Um, mm, good afternoon. The Great Barrier Reef is home to hundreds of diverse species in the coast of Australia. Like Germany, the reef is facing environmental problems such as climate change. Another factor that contributes to the destruction of the barrier reef is overfishing, which is most of the time illegal. As a result, the majority of animals and habitats are suffering day by day. And because the reef ensues such great biodiversity to the planet, it is our right to protect it. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Now let us proceed. Are there any motions on the floor as of right now? Please press the raise hand button. I'll repeat, are there any motions on the floor as of right now? Please press the raise hand button. The chair recommends a motion to entertain a moderated caucus. Delegate of Haiti, you are recognized.
Motion to entertain a moderated caucus.
Are there any second to this motion for entertaining the moderated caucus? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing second, motion passes. Delegate of Haiti, what will be the speaking time of each delegate and duration of the moderated caucus? Delegate of Haiti, you are recognized.
A motion to set the speaking time to 1 minute and the duration to 10 minutes.
What is the purpose of the moderated caucus?
To discuss Great Barrier Reef preservation.
Does any delegate second this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing seconds, motion passes. 1 minute for the delegate to speak and 10 minutes for the moderated caucus for the reason of the Great Barrier Reef preservation. We may now proceed to the moderated caucus. For those delegates who wish to be part of the speakers list, please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Peru, you are recognized. Are there any delegates who wish to be part of the speakers list? Please press the raise hand button to discuss regarding the Great Barrier Reef preservation. Again, lastly, for those delegates who wish to be part of the special speakers list, please press the raise hand button to discuss the Great Barrier Reef. Seeing none, let's proceed. Delegate of Haiti, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
The Great Barrier Reef, as discussed before, it is an area of high biological diversity. It has a lot of homes for various aquatic life, mollusks, fish, and not only that, it's also the largest current coral reef in the world. Heidi believes it should be preserved because that such an area of biodiversity is incredibly special. It is something we believe should be kept for the future. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Haiti. Peru, you have 1 minute to speak. The The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Uh, the delegate of Peru would like the committee to recognize that coral bleaching is not just a problem with the Great Barrier Reef, but is a problem with many other coral reefs around the world, which, if not fixed, would possibly cause natural disasters to occur more often around those bleached coral reefs. Uh, I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Peru. Thank you, delegates. Are there any motion on the floor at this time? Please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Russia, you are recognized.
The delegate of Russia motions to entertain an unmoderated caucus.
Are there any delegates second this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing seconds, motion passes. Please press the raise hand button if there are any delegates. If please press the raise hand button if you want to set a duration time for the unmoderated caucus. I would like to remind you that the unmoderated caucus is the part wherein you'll discuss and make your draft resolution. So set your time wisely. Delegate of Russia, you are recognized.
The delegate of Russia motions to set the duration of the unmoderated caucus to 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Are there any delegates second this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing second, motion passes. 30 minutes will be given for the unmoderated caucus. Those who wish to form their own blocks, please press your hand. Please press the raise hand button and you shall be sent to your respective breakout rooms. Let us begin with the delegate of Peru. You are recognized.
The delegate of Peru would like to form a bloc with the delegates of Angola, Germany, Botswana, and Haiti.
Angola, Germany, Botswana, and Haiti. Delegate of Angola, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes.
Delegate of Germany, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes.
Delegate of Botswana, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes.
Delegate of Haiti, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes.
Are there any delegates who wish to form their own blocks? Please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Russia, you are recognized.
The delegate of Russia would like to form a bloc with Cuba and Brunei.
Delegate of Cuba and Brunei. Delegate of Cuba, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes, I agree.
Delegate of Brunei, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes.
All right. Are there any delegates who wish to form their own blocks? Please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Japan, you're recognized.
I would like to make a block with the delegates of Bangladesh, Nepal, and Marshall Islands.
Bangladesh, Nepal, and Marshall Islands. Delegate of Bangladesh, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes.
Delegate of Nepal, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes.
Delegate of Marshall Islands, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Are there any delegates who wish to form their own blocks? Please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Delegate of Israel, you are recognized.
I'd like to form a bloc with the delegates of Iran, Iraq, and Syria.
Iran, Iraq, and Syria. Delegate of Iran, do you agree with this block formation? Delegate of Iran, please respond. No response. Delegate of Iraq, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes.
Delegate of Syria, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes.
I'll repeat, Delegate of Iran, please respond if you agree with this block formation. No response. Are there any delegates who wish to form their own blocks? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing none, for those who have not formed their own blocks must remain in the main room and turn off your mic and turn off your camera. Seeing that all delegates have been added to their respective blocks, you shall now be put upon your breakout rooms within the time frame of 30 minutes. And delegates, the chair would like to remind you to please attach your draft resolution in the Google Drive that we will be sending it in the chat box. Thank you. Rapporteur or secretary, please make the delegates go into breakout rooms. Thank you. Welcome back, delegates. The floor is now open to any motions. Please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Russia, you are recognized.
The delegate of Russia motions um, to present the draft resolutions.
Are there any delegates who wish to second this motion? Please press the raise hand button. 6 seconds. Motion passes. I would like to remind all delegates that they have to turn on their camera. If not, please state the reason why into the chat box. Thank you. Delegate of Russia, what will be the speaking time of each delegate and duration of the moderated caucus on presenting the draft resolution?
Pardon?
What will be the speaking time of each delegate and duration of the moderated caucus?
For the speaking time will be 5 minutes, and for the duration is 20 minutes.
Does anyone second this motion? Please press the raise hand button. 6 seconds. Motion passes. Let us begin the moderated caucus regarding the draft, presenting the draft resolutions. Delegates, please present your draft resolutions in front of the committee. Wait for your draft resolutions to be present on the screen, and you have 5 minutes each to speak and present. Afterwards, we will vote if it shall be passed as a resolution of the committee. I would also like to remind you guys that you have to put your draft resolutions in the Google Drive. It is in the chat box. Thank you.
The secretary would like to request from the chair to please repeat the speaking time for the delegates and the uh, caucus time as well.
The delegate speaking time will be 5 minutes, and for the moderated caucus will be 20 minutes. Block representatives, please press the raise hand button to be given a place on the speakers list on presenting your draft resolution paper. Delegate of Russia, you are recognized.
Russia
Delegate
will.
of Peru, you are recognized. Delegate of Israel, you are recognized. I'll repeat. Block representatives, please press the raise hand button to be given a place on the speakers list. Delegate of Nepal, you are recognized. All right, let us begin.
The secretary would like to inform that one of the blocks' resolution is locked and cannot be accessed.
Delegates, please make your document access to anyone. Now let us proceed. Also, delegates, you have to screen share on your draft resolution. Thank you. We shall now proceed in presenting the draft resolution. Delegate of Russia, you have 5 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. And please present your draft resolution. Please zoom in your draft resolution so everyone can read. Can you zoom it more? Thank you. All right, you may begin.
Good day, everybody. Um, the delegates of Russia, Cuba, and Brunei, of course, notice the issues that are taking place, perhaps in Australia, or the Great Barrier Reef. So, to the General Assembly, we are alarmed by the effects of threats of overfishing, coral bleaching, coastal development, and water pollution, as these are harmful in, in any way, of course, deeply concerned about the inactivity to take action against harmful activities which have consequences. This, the price of liberty, must pay its price due to the fact that we are neglecting certain factors. Seeking for change within the Great Barrier Reef, we call upon government agencies to cooperate, and we are believing in the capabilities of saving the Great Barrier Reef and saving the organisms. First, we are endorses environmental groups and people willing to help in conservation programs. These are the people from educational institutions and um, optimistic people, of course. Authorize it, the distribution of specialized equipment, environmentalists, and monetary aid. Provide to the people who are willing to help aid the reefs and the wildlife with information we collected from, say, our satellites and various sources. And we seek to establish a revolutionary agency known as the AJEA, Agency for Global Environmental Action, consisting of military personnel specialized to maintain and enforce just order on the Australian people and help call out inconsistencies to this committee, to which we have the full authority to delegate and designate harsh laws. Thus, for number five, of course, establish stricter laws and guidelines to promote progress for protection of the reef. Thank you, and I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Are you open for any points of inquiry?
No.
Thank you. Let us proceed with the next representative. Delegate of Peru, please share your draft resolution, and the time will begin once you start screen share and speak.
Good morning, delegates. This is the draft resolution of the blocks of the delegates of Angola, Botswana, Germany, Haiti, and Peru. To the General Assembly, we are noting with regret the overfishing issue that the Great Barrier Reef is suffering from. Bearing in mind the effects of global warming, heating the water, causing the corals to bleach, and taking into account the serious consequences of pollution. We encourage the publicization of satellite information regarding the boats in the Great Barrier Reef in order to utilize this to increase security and to understand if certain sea vessels are not supposed to be in certain areas. We also like to express our hope that more information about the barrier reef will aid in its preservation, and we call upon other countries to help lessen pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you, and I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you. Are you open for any points of inquiry, Delegate of Peru?
No.
Thank you, Delegate. Next will be uh, the Delegate of Nepal. Please share your draft resolution, and you may begin when you start speaking.
Good day. I'm the rep. Good day. I am the delegate of Nepal and the representative of the bloc of Japan, Bangladesh, Marshall Islands, and Nepal. Declaring the problems of the Great Barrier Reef, we should know how we'll help it and what to do to help prevent it. Bear in mind that the reef is in danger because of coral bleaching, overfishing, and pollution. Support the countries that are doing as much as they can to protect the Barrier Reef, encouraging every nation to have a willingness to preserve the Great Barrier Reef and its wildlife. Take note of what will happen to the species when you're not aware of what you are doing while snorkeling or diving in the Great Barrier Reef. Request to the nation to keep in mind the significance of the Great Barrier Reef, calling all nations to help protect the Great Barrier Reef from any harm and danger from pollution and overfishing, reminding all the people to think before they act and to stop throwing trash everywhere. Let's help each other to save not just the Great Barrier Reef, but all the oceans that need help. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you. Are you open for points of inquiry? Delegate of Nepal?
Yes,
How many?
2.
All right. Other delegates, you may now begin to ask questions regarding their resolution. If you have, please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Russia, you are recognized.
The delegate of Russia motions to proceed with the voting of draft resolutions.
I am sorry, that's not valid because there are still delegates that needs to present their draft resolution.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Are there any delegates who would like to question uh, their draft resolution? If so, please press the raise hand button. Seeing none, thank you, delegate. You may now stop screen sharing. We will proceed to the delegate of Israel to present their draft resolution. Israel, you may now screen share your draft resolution. The time will begin once you start speaking. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am the representative for the Bloc of Israel, Iraq, and Syria. Our solution for the Great Barrier Reef's bleaching is to keep in mind how this could affect us in the future. We believe that following the fishing regulations, creating stricter rules for tourists and visitors, and helping citizens fulfill their needs will help the Great Barrier Reef's regeneration. Syria believes that fulfilling its citizens' needs is top priority. Israel requested a ban on dumping in the Great Barrier Reef, which they eventually got after a few months. And Iraq believes that pushing tighter rules on visitors and/or tourists will help with the regeneration. We encourage that you avoid anchoring in no anchoring zones, do not fish where fish are get fed, do not use pest or non-native fish for bait, do not litter, and if you are unaware of the fish's identity or size, release it immediately. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate of Syria. Are you open for inquiries?
No.
Thank you, delegate. All right. Hey, delegates, now that the presentation for the draft resolution is done, the floor shall now be closed. Are there any motion on the floor at this time? Please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Russia, you are recognized.
The delegate of Russia motions to proceed with the voting on draft resolutions.
Does any delegate second this motion? If so, please press the raise hand button. Seeing second, motion passes. We will now set the voting procedure for the block of Russia, Cuba, and Brunei. We will start off. Before that, to those who said present during roll call shall vote yes, no, or abstain. And to those who have said present and voting shall only vote whether it is a yes or a no. Let's start with the delegate of Angola. Delegate of Angola.
Yes.
Delegate of Bangladesh.
Yes.
Delegate of Botswana.
Yes.
Delegate of Brunei. Delegate of Brunei.
Yes.
Delegate of Cuba.
Yes.
Delegate of Germany.
Yes.
Delegate of Greece.
Yes.
Delegate of Haiti.
Yes.
Delegate of Iraq.
Yes.
Delegate of Israel.
Yes.
Delegate of. May I confirm? Is it a yes? Delegate of Israel.
Yes.
Delegate of Japan.
Yes.
Delegate of Marshall Islands.
Yes.
Delegate of Nepal.
Yes.
Delegate of Peru.
Abstain.
Delegate of Russia.
Yes.
Delegate of Solomon Islands.
Yes.
Delegate of Syria.
Yes.
Delegate of Vietnam.
Yes.
Delegate of Greece.
Yes. That's what I said.
As seeing the majority all agreed, this paper is approved. Congratulations to the delegation of Russia, Cuba, and Brunei. We will now be proceed to the next draft resolution, which will be Peru, Angola, Germany, Botswana, and Haiti. Let us call with the delegate of Angola,
Yes.
delegate of Bangladesh,
Yes.
delegate of Botswana,
Yes.
delegate of Brunei,
Yes.
delegate of Cuba,
Yes.
delegate of Germany,
Yes.
delegate of Greece,
Yes.
delegate of Haiti,
Yes.
delegate of Iraq,
Yes.
delegate of Israel,
Yes.
delegate of Japan,
Yes.
delegate of Marshall Islands,
Yes.
delegate of Nepal,
Yes.
delegate of Peru, delegate of Peru, delegate of Russia,
Yes.
Yes.
Peru and Russia says yes, delegate of Solomon Islands,
Yeah. Sure. Yes.
delegate of Syria,
Yes.
delegate of Vietnam.
Yes.
As seeing the majority All agreed, this paper is approved. Congratulations to the delegation of Peru, Angola, Germany, Botswana, and Haiti. That is now proceed to the next draft resolution, which are Japan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Marshall Islands. Delegate of Angola,
Yes.
delegate of Bangladesh,
Yes.
delegate of Botswana, delegate of
Yes.
Botswana,
Yes.
delegate of Brunei, delegate of Brunei, delegate of Cuba,
Yes.
delegate of Germany,
Abstain.
delegate of Greece,
Yes.
delegate of Haiti,
Yes.
delegate of Iraq,
Abstain.
delegate of Israel,
Yes.
delegate of Japan,
Yes.
delegate of Marshall Islands,
Yes.
delegate of Nepal,
Yes.
delegate of Peru,
Yes.
delegate of Russia,
Yes.
delegate of Solomon Islands,
Yes.
delegate of Syria,
Abstain.
delegate of Vietnam,
Abstain.
delegate of Brunei,
Yes.
as seeing the majority all agreed, this paper is approved. Congratulations to to the delegation of Japan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Marshall Islands. Let us proceed to the last delegates for their draft resolutions, which are Israel, Iraq, and Syria. Delegate of Angola,
Yes.
delegate of Bangladesh,
Yes.
delegate of Botswana, delegate of Botswana,
Yes.
delegate of Brunei,
Yes.
delegate of Cuba,
Yes.
delegate of Germany,
Yes.
delegate of Greece,
Yes.
delegate of Haiti,
Yes.
delegate of Iraq,
Yes.
delegate of Israel,
Yes.
delegate of Japan,
Yes.
delegate of Marshall Islands,
Yes.
delegate of Nepal,
Yes.
delegate of Peru,
Yes.
delegate of Russia,
Yes.
delegate of Solomon Islands,
Yes.
delegate of Syria,
Yes.
delegate of Vietnam, delegate of Vietnam,
Yes.
as seeing the majority all agree, the paper is approved. Congratulations to the delegation of Israel, Iraq, and Syria. Thank you, delegates, and congratulations on your approved draft resolutions. I would like to remind you that all of your approved draft resolutions will be presented again during the General Assembly. Since we reached the peak of our, does anyone want to motion on having a break? Delegate of Russia, you are recognized.
Delegate of Russia motions for break.
Does anyone second this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing second, motion passes. We will be having a break for 30 minutes. Please come back at 3 o'clock. You may stay here or you may leave the call, but you have to come back. Thank you.
So we're G, Ivan.
Yeah, it's most likely that we're gonna be having the third topic.
Yeah. I think
Wait,
I
is it
think we
live
can give them
stream?
one
Is
month.
it live stream? Is
10
it live
minutes.
stream?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'll be the only
Fine.
one embarrassing myself anyway.
So, should we announce them na? The topic?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Ah.
So
Ha,
guys,
ha.
since we finished the second topic very early, we'll be having
Hooray.
another surprise topic, which is not very serious.
Hooray.
Which is what's the topic, right? Secretary General.
I think should the Secretary General be impeached after he built his multi-million-dollar mansion on Mount Everest?
Ah.
Yes.
Sorry, who? Somebody answer.
I don't know. Or Ivan, you should. I need to do something.
Okay, wait. Give me a sec because I forgot the topic.
Ah.
Question. Which Secretary General?
Secretary General is the head of the model. Before we start, kindly make sure to inform the Secretariat if your internet connection is unstable. The chair would also like to remind every delegate to please turn on your cameras. However, if your internet connection is unstable, you are allowed not to do so. But please state your reason in the chat box. Thank you. Now let us proceed. The committee will now come to order and we'll start off with a roll call of delegates. Delegates, please be reminded that you are to respond present or present and voting once your country has been mentioned. Let us start with the delegate of Angola,
Present.
delegate of Bangladesh,
Present.
delegate of Botswana, delegate of Botswana,
Present.
delegate of Brunei,
Present.
delegate of Costa Rica, delegate of Costa Rica, delegate of Cuba,
Present.
delegate of Germany,
Present and voting.
delegate of Greece,
Present and voting.
delegate of Haiti,
Present and voting.
delegate of Iran, delegate of Iran, delegate of Iraq,
Present.
delegate of Israel,
Present.
delegate of Japan,
Present and voting.
delegate of Marshall Islands,
Present.
delegate of Nepal,
Present.
delegate of Peru,
Present.
delegate of Russia,
Present and voting.
delegate of Solomon Islands,
Present.
delegate of Syria,
Present.
delegate of Turkey, delegate of Turkey, delegate of Vietnam, delegate of I'll repeat, delegate of Costa Rica, delegate of Costa Rica, delegate of Iran, delegate of Iran, delegate of Turkey, delegate of Turkey, delegate of Vietnam,
Present and voting.
All right, we are now in a formal debate. Please press the raise hand button if there are any delegates who would like to motion on the floor. Are there any delegates who would like to motion on the floor? The chair recommends to motion to set the agenda to should the Secretary General, also known as Joaquin Abella, be impeached after building his multi-million-dollar mansion on top of Mount Everest. Does anyone want to recommend that motion? Please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Greece, you are recognized.
I would like to set the motion for this topic. The should the Secretary General be impeached after building his multi-million-dollar mansion on top of Mount Everest?
Does anyone second that motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing seconds, motion passes. And now, before we begin the opening speech, For those who do not know the Secretary General, he is here right now to talk about more about himself. Secretary General.
Okay. I am the Secretary General. You know me, public enemy number one. I'm quite famous, I understand. I've been bombarded so relentlessly of that fact. So save your autographs for after the session, please. Flung into the spotlight at an instant, I'm expected to scramble for a defense. They forced me to trial, and yet the first 30 days are not free. I am fed meals without appetizers, mind you, and I am cursed now only the cheapest champagne. I am treated as though an animal. I appear now more than ever inhuman, even outside of the metaverse. Do not forget my personhood. I am just like you. I participate in peasant things too. I breathe, I walk, I eat dirt. See, I'm totally like a brother. But here's where I twist here's where I twist what would otherwise be a very easy decision. My money, my net worth, wherever it's hidden, it can make the world a much better place. Get rid of me or my winter mansion, you get rid of the money, you get rid of this much better place. And that's my resume. You can show them a bit.
Secretary General, will you explain this resume or no need?
No need. You
All
may
right, I will
proceed.
stop screen sharing this and I'll proceed to the opening speech. We are now in the formal debate. Uh, we begin with the opening speeches. All delegates are to give a speech as we will go in alphabetical order. With that concluded, are there any motions on the floor? Please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Haiti, you are recognized.
Motion to the floor for the speaking time to be 1 minute 30 seconds.
Does anyone second that motion? Please press the raise hand button. 6 seconds, motion passes. 1 minute and 30 seconds will be giving speaking time for each delegate. Let's begin with the delegate of Angola. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Greetings. As we all know, the most highest or biggest mountain is Mount Everest. Yeah. And if we want to build a house on top of it, people might suffer from coldness and fever. People might also die during this process. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Let's proceed to the next delegate. Bangladesh, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good afternoon, and I think the Secretary General should be impeached because it will cause natural disasters like avalanches and earthquakes in the process of building the multi-million-dollar mansion, and also because there's no oxygen on the very top of Mount Everest. I yield my time to Chair.
Thank you, delegate. The next delegate will be the delegate of Botswana. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
The Secretary General, we're building a mansion on Mount Everest. It would seem pretty fatal to the workers, as you know. A lot of people has died on top of Mount Everest. Many casualties, many accidents. So making it was fatal and pretty much irrational and very irresponsible. It may cost many lives too, and it takes a lot of time and effort making that building. In my opinion, making that building would be pretty achieved or something achievable to many other people around the world that would see it in a different perspective. There are many other perspectives to other people in what they see in that mansion. Making that mansion is very, very not worth it, I guess, in that type of terms. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Of Brunei, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The time will begin once you start speaking. Delegate of Brunei. Let us proceed with the next delegate. Delegate of Cuba, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The time will begin once you start speaking.
Building a mansion in Mount hold on. Building a mansion in Mount Everest is really a risky and irresponsible thing to do. I mean, first, um, it's a huge risk to the people who, the workers who built the mansion, and to the person who's living there. Second, it could also damage the surrounding area, and including the wildlife around it, and maybe it could also, it could also affect the the people who are living near there also. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Next will be the Delegate of Germany. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The time will begin once you start speaking.
Good day. As we all know, the Mount Everest is the tallest mountain to on our planet. Therefore, it was a risky and dangerous move to build a mountain, build a mansion on that mountain. Um, it was not only a risk to the workers, but it could damage the mountain and cause landslides, which is very dangerous and bad for the environment. And we should not let um, this mountain be ruined by a menace to society. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Greece, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The time will begin once you start speaking.
Good afternoon, delegates. According to every report, the Secretary General is accused of every problem, including carbon dioxide and nitrogen oxide emissions by around 67% of the mountain. This leads to global warming or even worse, carbonization for the environment. Having heard, Greece is deeply concerned about Secretary General's case by designating a very strict act for Mount Everest and declaring an arrest of building the mansion in Mount Everest. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Haiti, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. You may begin.
I strongly believe that our Secretary General should be impeached. Not only has he made a multi-million-dollar mansion on the top of the tallest mountain in the world, how does he plan to live in said mansion? The oxygen on the top of Mount Everest, as stated before, is the tallest mountain in the world. The oxygen at the top of Mount Everest is not enough for one man nor a team of builders to make a multi-million-dollar mansion. Not only that, our Secretary of General has slandered the good name of pineapple on pizza. And so therefore I wish to believe that he is not that he is not a man, but the devil himself in human form. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Iraq, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
So building a mansion on Mount Everest seems outrageous. It is outrageous, but can we give some credit to the man? He built a multi-million dollar mansion on Mount Everest. I think he deserves some credit for that. It's an incredible feat. But besides being morally incorrect or wrong, I agree with his no pineapple on pizza views. So impeachment seems a bit much for me. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Israel, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
I believe that building a house, I mean a mansion on Mount Everest seems quite unnecessary, but as the delegate of Iraq said, yeah, you do have to applaud them for that. Imagine building a mansion on Mount Everest. Imagine how hard that must have been. Um, and it is quite kind of a waste of resources. I don't know how you're gonna live on that tallest mountain, oxygen. Yeah. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Japan, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good day. I am the delegate of Japan, and I think that he should be impeached. Because while in the making of the mansion, they would cause multiple avalanches, and it would cause havoc among the villages on and near the mountain. And since he's part of the government, other people look up to him, and so they will copy him, and cause even more people to die. And living on, even if he was able to make it, there would be no oxygen. So well, a lack of oxygen, and he wouldn't be able to like breathe much. Yeah, I yield my time to chair.
Thank you. Delegate of Marshall Islands, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. You may begin.
Good afternoon. In my opinion, I think it's dangerous to build a mansion on top of it. And while building, it can cause accidents, and I believe that money alone can't buy safety. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Nepal, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. You may begin.
In my opinion, it wouldn't be the smartest decision that he has ever made in his life because it would endanger the people who will help build the mansion and his own, as there would not be enough oxygen to survive unless he has some kind of oxygen supply. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Peru, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. You may begin.
The delegate of Peru says that having ownership of land or renting property or constructing buildings on Mount Everest should not be done, as the mountain is a natural wonder of the world. One might realize the fact that the Secretary General has built his mansion on the mountain is unusual, and might even mean that some sort of power abuse was involved, not to mention the possible risk to workers and people around Mount Everest. The delegate of Peru, however, does not like pineapple on pizza and will commend the Secretary General's opinion of it. Uh, I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Russia, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. You may begin.
The very fact that the Secretary General constructing on top of Mount Everest is inconceivable to the fact that it stains the image of the UN and her committees, one of which is UNEP, and we are the environmental program. And as top delegate of the environmental program, I call for all delegates to get rid of this capitalist propaganda. through the invasion of the People's War of Mount Everest.
Bring him down.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Shoot him where he stands.
All right, delegate, please be quiet. Let us proceed to the next delegate. Solomon Islands, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. You may begin.
Um, I don't think it's a good idea to build a house on top of Mount Everest because it'll kind of ruin the look of it. And even though the house might look really good, it could just look like it's gonna fall, and it could just fall. And also, there's a lot of dead bodies just around, and that's just kind of grim. Just waking up, and you just know that there's a dead body outside your house. So I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Syria, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. You may begin.
Mount Everest is known as the tallest point on Earth. So, building a house on top of this mountain is very dangerous and risky, especially to the construction workers. The delegate of Syria thinks that he should not be impeached, but only convince him to build his multi-million-dollar mansion elsewhere, not on top of a mountain wherein it lacks oxygen. It is for the Secretary General's safety and his construction workers. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you. Delegate of Vietnam, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. You may begin.
Calling it a bad idea may just be an understatement because there are so many risks for it to go wrong. For example, as avalanches or construction workers might being killed or having a disease. It's crazy to build a multi-million dollar mansion on top of Mount Everest, which is one of the tallest mountains in the world. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. We will now proceed. Are there any motions on the floor as of right now? Please press the raise hand button. Again, are there any motions on the floor as of right now? The chair recommends a motion to entertain a moderated caucus. Delegate of Haiti, you are recognized.
Motion to entertain a moderated caucus.
Does anyone second that motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing seconds, motion passes. Delegate of Haiti, what will be the speaking time of each delegate and duration of the moderated caucus? Delegate of Haiti,
Yes.
what will be the speaking time of each delegate?
2 minutes.
And what would be the duration for the moderated caucus?
12 minutes.
And what is the purpose for the moderated caucus?
Impeaching the Secretary General.
Does anyone second this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing second. Impeaching, this will be 2 minutes for each delegate and 12 minutes for the moderated caucus. The Secretary General. All right, so we may now proceed to the moderated caucus. For those delegates who wish to be part of the special speakers list, please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Greece, you are recognized. Secretary General, you are recognized. Delegate of Iraq, you are recognized. Delegate of Germany, you are recognized. Again, please press the raise hand button. For those who would like to be part of the speakers list, please press the raise hand button. So far, Germany, Iraq, and Haiti, and the Secretary General. will be part of the speakers list. Are there any delegates who would like to be part? Delegate of Japan, you are recognized. Delegate of Greece, you are recognized. Delegate of Greece, you are recognized. Are there any delegates who would like to be part of the speakers list? Seeing none, I'll just like to confirm these are Haiti, Iraq, Germany, Japan, and Greece. Let us begin. Delegate of Haiti, you have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
As stated before, as stated before, most everyone here, I believe, agrees that making a multi-million-dollar mansion at the top of Mount Everest is probably, most definitely, a horrible idea. Not only will the cost be, well, it's multi-million dollars, so it's a lot. It's pretty expensive. But not only that, the amount of manpower, the amount of resources needed to do this is too much. And frankly, we could just be using those for something a lot better. I will concede, I admire the commitment from Secretary General to try and do this. And I will concede as well that I may have been a little too harsh in my opening speech. But I will say this. I will say unto you, Secretary General, do you truly want to live at the top of the highest mountain in the world, below freezing temperatures? It is so cold near on the top of the mountain that bodies do not decompose. Men will die, and you will see their bodies when you look out your balcony. That is all. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Haiti. Next will be the Secretary General. You have 2 minutes to speak. You may begin.
Okay. Good morning. I am the Secretary General. I will just reiterate my latest statement. My money, my net worth, it is hidden very well and is unimaginably immense. And I will say this, it can make the world a much, much better place. Famine, war, no more. Say it, no more. At the wave of a hand, no more. Get rid of me or my winter mansion. You get rid of my hidden stash. You get rid of making this world a much better place than it should be. And from what I've heard so far, the lot of you want to refuse the world its necessary fixings. So selfish. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Iraq, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may begin.
As I've stated before, the idea of building a mansion on Mount Everest is outrageous. And I feel that, or the delegate of Iraq feels that just because you have money does not mean you should spend it. You should know the difference between something you need and something you want, something that will do others good and something that will only benefit you. That'll be all. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Germany, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair and delegates. As previously stated numerous times, the Secretary General plans to build a mansion on the top of Mount Everest, and it would have been fine if it was any other mountain. But we're talking about the tallest mountain, where on the peak there is absolutely almost zero uh, oxygen that can be breathed, and including the fact that the secretary loves pineapples on pizza, I believe that he is planning something evil. And we must put a stop to it. Therefore, I believe he should be impeached. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Japan, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may begin.
I believe that he should be impeached because if he builds a mansion, who else will be living in it? Just him. And you call us selfish. Also, Pineapple should be allowed on pizza because just because it is a fruit doesn't mean it should not be allowed on pizza because tomato is also a fruit commonly seen on pizza. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. I would just like to remind every delegate that we are talking about the impeachment of Secretary General, not regarding the pizza. Let us proceed with the next delegate. Delegate of Greece, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair and delegates. We'll start this caucus. So Mount Everest is the tallest mountain in the world with its elevation of 8 kilometers high and is located in the China-Nepal border. So this draws the attention to the fact that building and living in a mansion at the top of Mount Everest is illegal for the rest of their life. Greece has examined more cases of the Secretary General building and owning the mansion for everyone and disagrees with this legal act to live in a mansion at the top of Mount Everest forever. This issue may cause snow dissolution, carbon dioxide emissions, and even worse of all, have a weaker ability for the environment to have rivers and more. So having devoted attention, Greece disagrees with this very bad issue for the Secretary General and further encourages the committee to make a very strict legislation of this and will have to declare an arrest of the Secretary General and will not build more mansions again just to protect and save Mount Everest. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Cuba, you're recognized.
Okay, so I would like to ask something to the. Is it okay if I ask something to the delegate of Nepal?
Can you repeat?
Is it okay if I ask something to the delegate of Nepal?
Delegate of Nepal, are you open for any points of inquiry?
Yes.
Delegate of Cuba, you may begin asking your question.
Okay, so I'm just gonna ask. So Mount Everest is in Nepal's territory, am I right?
Yes.
So when you build a mansion, especially near a famous landmark like Mount Everest, don't you need approval from the government, especially for the general secretary, from the general secretary?
Yes, you do need approval.
So how did you approve someone to build the house, especially on a famous landmark?
I did not approve anything. I just said if he would have um if he would have had an oxygen supply, he would survive. I didn't say he he could
Ah.
stay there and survive.
Okay, and for general secretary, are you available?
This is
General
Omar.
Secretary, are you open for
Yes,
points of inquiry?
I am open for points of inquiry for one or two.
All right, you may only ask 2 questions for the Secretary General. Cuba, you may begin asking your questions.
Okay, so I just want to ask, um how did you get approval from Nepal's government? And based on the records that I see earlier, where did you actually get the money to build the house and approval?
Mm. Well, I got approval from the Indian government because they're planning to invade any month now. So
And where did you get the money to build the house and get approval?
like I said, I have an ancient hidden stash that if anyone touches me from my position, I'm going to burn it all away and it can go bye-bye and yeah, I
So
won't be sharing
this
none of that.
an ancient stash, you say, right?
Yes.
So far, there was no ancient stash in Mount Everest.
No, it's not from Mount Everest. It's from all the funds I embezzled, of course.
You say funds.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's from all. Yeah, it's a family money, old money. I am close to points of inquiry. I believe this has gone on for too long. Chair.
Okay, is the delegate of India here?
I'm sorry, delegate of India is not here.
Okay, then I yield my time.
Delegate of Haiti, you're recognized.
So, how much exactly is this money?
May I ask who are you referring to?
The Secretary General, sir.
I am open for 2 points of inquiry with the delegate of Haiti. Um, I do not believe the figures are important. If you saw my resume
It is.
earlier, I'm part of the 0.0000001%
Mhm.
of the wealthy in the world.
Yes.
So you can imagine how much that is.
Didn't you say in your openings in your an earlier speech? I might be referring this wrong. That you were drinking the poorest of champagne, despite
Oh.
having this amount of money.
Oh yes, that happens in the detainment procedure. I stay in some hotel and wait for trial, and I'm not allowed to access any of my funds by then. So they try to
I see.
accommodate me. It's very limited. I know.
I see. So you say that you got this money from your.
I'm sorry. That's 2 points of inquiry.
Right, those 2 points. Right, I'm
It's
sorry.
closed.
All right, thank you, delegate of Haiti. Delegate of Japan, you're recognized.
I have a question for the general.
General Secretary, are you open for points of inquiry?
Yes, but I would like to know that this is the last set of points of inquiry directed towards me that I will be entertaining.
This is noted. How many points?
2. I will be fair.
All right. Delegate of Japan, you may begin.
Why would you burn all that money when we could use it for the rest of the world, like to end poverty, world hunger, and a bunch of other things? Why would you just burn it away?
Because if you destroy my life, I will destroy everyone else's.
That doesn't seem fair.
I know.
When earlier you said you're gonna be fair.
I'll be fair in taking questions. That's what I meant. And that also is also considered a point of inquiry, so I am close to points of inquiry further.
Okay. I yield my time to the
Thank
chair.
you.
All right, thank you, delegates. On the right, please press the raise hand button. Are there any delegates who would like to motion at this time? Please press the raise hand button. The chair would recommend to have a delegate of Haiti or recognized.
Motion on the floor a moderated caucus on how the Secretary General procured the land for building.
Moderated caucus for. Can you repeat it again?
How the Secretary General procured the land for building.
Does anyone second this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing seconds, motion passes. Delegate of Haiti, how many delegates time will speak and the duration for moderated caucus?
A minute third, speaking time, a minute 30. Moderated caucus, 15 minutes.
15 minutes and 1 minute and 30 seconds. Do you agree with this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing seconds, 1 minute for each delegates to speak and 15 minutes for the duration. Regarding the Secretary General procuring the land of his building. Does anyone wish to be part of the special speakers list? Please button. Again, does anyone want to be part of the speakers list? Please press the raise hand button. Delegate, Secretary General, you're recognized. Lastly, are there any delegates who wish to be part of the speakers list? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing none, Haiti and Secretary General will speak. So for the first one will be Delegate of Haiti. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. You may begin.
On the topic of how he procured the land from Nepal, we know from what we have seen in this committee that our Secretary of General says, or I believe he said, this is from my remembering, I might be wrong at this. However, I do remember him saying that he got the land, he was able to procure the land to build his mansion from the Indian government who is planning to invade Nepal. That would now. Does that sound right to any of you? Right. Yeah, exactly. Our Secretary of General, I believe that we are here so that we can find world peace. Yes? And our Secretary of General has made a deal, I think. He has made a deal with the Indian government to have this land on the preposition that they will successfully invade Nepal. Does that sound like the Secretary General that you want? Alright. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Haiti. Secretary General, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. You may begin.
Sorry, audio song. Good day. This is the Secretary General speaking. Concerning the deal with India, I believe that there is a philosophy that can encapsulate the situation and help you guys decide on what direction is right to choose. Because remember, there's something at stake here. Money that's enough to actually save the world if I am removed from the position. So, keep that in balance. And the thing about India is, you make some deals with India, support their ruling. Otherwise, support their ruling in when it comes to UN assemblies, which is not so bad. And in exchange, you get land. And if you observe India's positions, they're not too bad either. I think a few of his allies can testify that since India is suffering from a whole load of things that third world countries are also suffering from, and that they want the best for their people, you can see this project in a way to other overpopulated countries. And rulings in this favor to benefit them would be very beneficial in the first place. So yeah, I yield my time to the chair.
All right, thank you, Secretary General. Delegate, you're recognized.
Mr. General Secretary, are there? Are you there?
Yes, this will be the only point of inquiry I'll be entertaining today, if that is.
Okay, so India's like right now is a first world country, right?
Which one?
India.
I believe it's still third world.
And okay, so are you saying that it's okay for a foreign land to claim land from another country without that country's approval?
Um, that's weird where you talk about a country being approved to be conquered, but okay, let's move on from that. I do not believe it is right per se, but then right or wrong, that could be subjective depending on your religion. And in the past, like taking countries with the right claim is right. Um, I wouldn't say it's right. I wouldn't also say it's very wrong. Because in some cases, sometimes conquest made another country or another region so much better than it would have been on its own. And I believe that would have been the case if India took over Nepal, which is currently suffering by quite a bit. I yield my time to the chair.
Delegate of Iraq, you are recognized.
If I may just state, I don't want, or I believe I speak for every other delegate here when I say that we don't want a Secretary General who will use his power and money against us in order to get what he wants. I agree with the delegate of Haiti. I think we should impeach him. And adding to that, I think we should exile him from Earth.
All right, thank you, Delegate of Iraq. Let us proceed. Are there any motion on the floor at this time? The chair recommends a motion to proceed the voting procedure. Heidi, you are recognized.
Motion to proceed to the voting procedure.
Does any delegate second this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Seeing second, motion passes. To those who said present during the roll call shall vote yes, no, or yes with rights, or no with rights, or abstain. And to those who have said present and voting shall only vote whether it is a yes or a no, and no with rights. We will now be voting if the impeachment of Secretary General is a yes or should not impeach the Secretary General if it's a no. Let us begin with the delegate.
The secretary would like to inform the chair that we will be using the poll feature for this voting procedure. So if delegates, would you please look at the chat box for the link to the straw poll? Thank you.
All right, delegates, please use that link and vote if you want to impeach the Secretary General. Secretary General, you are recognized.
Point of personal privilege, I need to burn all the money that will save the world. Thank you.
You may go. Secretary, are the results are in? It seems that 10 votes for yes, that the Secretary General should impeach after building his house in Mount Everest. Seeing majority, this problem is approved and the Secretary General will be impeached. Congratulations, delegates. Are there any delegates who would like to adjourn this committee session? Delegate of Haiti, you are recognized.
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
Does anyone second this motion? The committee is now adjourned. Congratulations, and you may clap that you impeach the Secretary General.
We have impeached him.
Wait, Marvin, do they still have to present this on Saturday in front of
No,
me?
don't
Really?
worry. We don't have to.
Oh man.
It is safe forever, though.
Bye-bye. Save the world.
Save world peace.
Yeah.
Alright, good job, delegate.
World peace.
World
You may go now.
I'm not really impeached though, so.
Okay, bye.
See you on Saturday.
Saturday.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye bye. Hope you guys had fun.